We already saw this last time. Hey, let's go work on the wizard. Come to learn some magic tricks. No, then let me see your magic trick. Oh my, feel exactly the same. Nice try, scanner. Peace out. Tarax forms a triangle with his hands and disappears in an instant. What the shit? Who's actually a wizard? Her we already know. My wards, wall to wall of course. There's my Pennebaker Scribbler prize. That's my Gilfin Society ribbon. Was now swallowed one of my golden letter awards, but I have so many. Rage validation. Walls of the structure seen from the outside, high and magnificent. The reason I can sleep at night. But I swear I saw a hole in the wall a couple of weeks ago. They covered it, but two rocks slipped through. Delusions of danger. Purple swaggy fun guy. You know, this stuff has begun growing in our city. I'm serious, I'm telling you. Now, if we allow it to spread, who knows what kind of diseases we'll catch. Fictional threat. We don't even have that one yet. Yeah. We'll have to develop it tomorrow. Today's news. It seems like the outer zoners are building small settlements outside our city walls. Wall officials describe the situation as strange. It does look like a small town, says one of the officials. There are now around 8,000 outer zoners in these settlements. Not a lot of working time. Hi Scanner, this is Luna. Listen, we could use your company on a small trip. We understand you're busy scanning and all. We'll pay you 5 kapok. Should be a safe trip, but you don't have to join if you don't have the time. We'll meet up at Big Vent. We'll pay you afterwards. You in. Break the structure. When you arrive at Big Vent, Luna and 3 other Moonrisers are trying to hack the security cameras of the area. They get through and shut them off. Okay, here's the plan. We need you to distract that official over there, while we break into the tech room and steal some equipment. Perform a mind scan on him. Yeah, just say that the constructor has ordered a mind scan on a selection of officials. He'll buy that. Those officials are so damn controlled by authority. As you walk towards the official and get his attention, you see the 4 Moonrisers slowly approaching the entrance of the tech room just behind him. Halt, state your business, mind scanner, and be quick. Just got a tip that Moonrise is planning a theft somewhere in the pumps. Well, what is it? Mind scan. What? And how come I didn't hear about it? Moonrisers have now managed to get inside the tech room. Luna is holding the door. She signals you to keep talking. See, I've been working for the constructor for almost 20 years now. He always messages us before something like this. Well, let's give him a call. Yes, call him. Behind him, The Moonrises sneak off, carrying a heavy-looking machine, but Luna heard your conversation. She walks towards you. As the official reaches for his radiophone, his chest explodes and he falls to the ground. Luna puts her six zapper away. Damn it, just leave him. Let's move. Scanner. You run away from the scene before other officials arrive. That was not supposed to happen. That was way too close. Fuck, I had no choice but to kill that man. Sorry I dragged you into this. The mission was a success, nonetheless, and no one of us got caught. Here is your payment, Scanner. We have to clear her tomorrow. To all mind scanners, I am speaking on the behalf of the structure. We still have a reason to believe that one of you is in contact with Moonrise. Anyone committing treason against the structure must pay the ultimate price. However, if you are this person, you can still redeem yourself. Give us all information on Moonrise and not only will we forgive you for your actions, we will pay you a bonus of 10 kapok as well, for normality in the mind. I know nothing. Alright, Scanner, as always, keep an eye out. The rat will not stay hidden for long. The talent of penetrating even the most complicated system has made her one of Zectronics' youngest software engineers. Co-workers are concerned about her philosophical thoughts on digital realities. Damn it, you're a mind scanner, aren't you? You might be able to help. Now listen carefully. This city, this whole world is a constructed reality. I know it sounds crazy, but I think we're inside a game. Very meta. A game. Yes, it's all a lie. The structure, the outer zone, everything. You have to believe me. I know your job is to treat crazy people, but I'm not crazy. Your job is made up. My job is made up. Someone is controlling us. Someone. Yes, it must be the constructor. That's the player. That's your mind scanner. You can gain access to the constructor. We need to tell the player to stop controlling us and let us go. Talking to the constructor is the only way. Will you help me? What? Oof, I wonder if this would be another ending too. You have to believe me. I'm not crazy, it's all a game. Looks like Cherry, the red pug I had as a child. I have to give credit to the game designers. They sure put a lot of work to create a believable backstory. Then again, perhaps I only know a few stories from my past. I mean, it's not a fictional life, that's the thing. Can't remember past. Sometimes the wording is a bit off to me. Oh, I guess she thinks that it's a fictional life. I guess that would have been it. You received a package from Mr. Sinsky. It's his latest book, Gladiators of Hillwalk Crevasse. Today's news. A suspicious group of people was spotted scaling the restricted areas of the wall near the northern gates. Officials in the northwest part of the Splendors state that the suspects were up to something and ask all citizens to keep an eye out for anyone suspicious in that area. In other news, the outer zones continue to grow in numbers outside our gates. The newest estimate is approaching 12,000. Canner, enjoying your fake life. The outer zone. There is nothing out there, I'm sure of it. It's just an excuse for a game over. Can't beat the game, can't pay maintenance, game over. Life has game rules. My video screen's at work. I usually work on 5 at a time, coding, all day long. I like it though, makes me think about life, constructing digital realities. Made me realize that everything is constructed. Constructed reality. Poster of Tron Man. Snug in to see that as a child, full-blown action with a satirical twist. A classic, made me think about my own existence. Without it, perhaps I would be as ignorant as all other NPCs. Skeptical of reality. Spending all her time engulfed in digital constructs has led Beatrix to question reality. She has started to believe that she and everyone else is living inside a video game. Yeah, that's nuts. Ludoxtentia. I mean, it is a very real thing that a lot of people suffer from, that they truly believe that the world is a simulation. I'm not crazy, I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. Everything you know is fake, it's a game. Everything is controlled by an outside entity, I just know it. You have to believe me. You know what? This screen here would make for an awesome like investigation game as well. Maybe like a point and click adventure. But yeah, this music giving me so many World of Horror vibes. I love it. Ah, shit. Okay, gotta cure her tomorrow. Hey buddy, I've caught a fish, come see how big it is. This could be bad. We managed to smuggle out an old radio phone to an autosoner at the gates. The plan did not go smoothly, but it was worth it. Ah, that's what the scaling of the wall was. And just as we hoped, they want to collaborate on taking down the structure. Furthermore, some of them claim to have the power of the pulse. This is just the army we need to break the structure. I can't wait to open the gates and see the outer zone with my own eyes. I have a feeling that it's going to be really fucked up. When we mentioned your daughter, they became very quiet. They wish to speak with you after your visit to the Institute. Go to the Institute now, we are all set. Our security guard is waiting at the entrance, D12. An old lady approaches you on the streets with a big smile. You're one of those mind scanners, aren't you? Your work is admirable. I know a few who underwent treatment with marvelous results. Well, let me just show you something. The old lady looks through her purse, takes out a letter and gives it to you. Open. It is a heartfelt letter from her friend, describing how grateful she is for her treatment and that it saved her life. This letter really warms the heart. We might end up in a game over though, because we don't have the time to cure our patient. Ah, my scanner. Go right ahead and be careful. He hands you a lab coat and buzzes you through the maximum security doors. After walking through multiple corridors, you finally reach the reactor room. 5 individual containers circle a large metallic core. Inside each container you see a patient connected by wires that lead out of the container and into the core. In the third container you find your daughter. Her eyes are closed. You keep looking at her, hoping for a sign of life. Her eyes open slightly. The lights begin to flicker. Don't like it. Pulling something out of me. Into their machine. Please, get me out. You hear someone approaching the room. You give your daughter a last comforting smile before you leave the institute. Oh. Holy shit! As you clean the interior of your vehicle, you find a couple of couple hiding under your seat. That's exactly enough to pay the maintenance. I wonder if that's like a save you can get sometimes. Or maybe it's just after this thing that happens. That's pretty perfect. Thank you for your effort. We know it wasn't easy for you. It seems like your presence affects her powers. If her pulse is as powerful as they think it is, then we can use her power to blast over the gates. Break the structure. Use her pulse to blast over the gates. Seems like your daughter is as important for Moonrise as she is for the constructor. Hello, Lyra. By the way, the outer zone is filled with flesh worms and other mutated monstrosities. Those gates are there for a reason. Well, back to work, Scanner. You have easily enough time to cure her now. Hi there, game object 304. Yeah, it really is. Amazing game. Oh yeah, Carmen Sandiego, absolutely, the screen here. By my flesh, what was I thinking? This world is real, it just seems false. But I guess humans tend to fill this world with false constructions, even if the world itself is real. Better cut down on video games, I guess. Yeah, those fucking video games, so many problems caused by them. I can't stand video games. Exactly. Ooh. Very weird. It's 28 degrees outside, but I'm not pouring sweat like a waterfall like I usually am. I did sweat quite a bit at work though, because 26 degrees inside while doing sales stuff is not fun. Oh, Chris again. Sure, let's get this encounter out of the way. Shit. That frosting, oh boy. I'd recognize it anyway. It's one of Barbara's carrot cakes. Somebody? Oh my god, it's me. I'm stabbing someone. Somebody stop me. Totally crazy. Taking it. It's a big lock at my office, but it's got more than 2 hands. Working long hours. Pain. But I fucked myself again. For that. I only have 1 day to fix the next patient. I reset the day maybe. Oh, I can actually rewind here. Oh. What? Oh, it resets all of them. Let's see if I have enough time to travel to the next place. Place is carrying 2 heavy boxes. Can't remember if we got it right the first time. Okay. Hopefully they'll reset like freezing does. Had a rough day. Here, have a cup of coffee. Compliments of the structure. No, thanks. Elise is dancing around ballet by the looks of it. She really puts a lot of energy into it. Okay, I'll have to cure her today. If I could have. Shit. I got it. Fuck. There's no way I'm getting that in time. Gotta protect the stress. I mean, they're getting rid of insanity too. Yeah, just let him blow up. Back in the green. Dear me, I've been making a fool out of myself, haven't I? It was a lot of fun though. I better take care of myself. An elderly woman like me should not lift heavy things and fool around too much. Okay, now we can take care of this encounter. And a little bit of extra. Unhappy marriage. Little funky machine elves dancing in circles. They're inviting me to join in. It's so bright. Ooh, madness. Pretending to be crazy. Signal delay on conference call. Always happens when I'm about to land a business deal. It's making me nuts, I tell you, nuts. Overreacting. Raymond Brittle is a lifelong train conductor who has taken a sudden and possibly dangerous interest in the Mind Scanners program. Big cup of Joe. Museum dedicated to coffee. Culture of the structure. Please have a cup of coffee. I don't know, not with the way the coffee is delivered. Incoming message from the structure. A couple of days ago, a citizen broke into the Faraday Institute and stole vital information, most likely a member of the terrorist group Moonrise. The citizen murdered an official and got away. We are currently trying to locate this person. One of our suspects is Nasir Farouk. We want you to interrogate him and run a mind scan. Oof. If he proves to be the murderer, declare him insane and erase his mind. You will of course receive a bonus in doing so, for normality and the mind. Greetings, mind scanner. Your daughter is making progress. There is no need to worry. We still have to keep her here for a couple of weeks, just to avoid the risk of spreading infection. She will return to you more healthy than ever. Nasir has been working as a school teacher for 14 years. After his wife's death last year, he has been burdened by grief. Some are worried about whether or not this affects his lectures. Hey old friend, it's been ages. Haven't seen each other since Jessica's embering, and that was a year ago. Almost. Hey, I heard about your daughter. The structure took her. Why? It's our friend. The constructor has gone too far. I don't trust him one bit. I heard you became a mind scanner. I guess you can visit your daughter at the institute when you get a level 3 citizenship. You must get her out of there. And he's a good guy too. Listen, I'm in a lot of trouble. A couple of days ago I was browsing through discs at New Colon Records when 2 officials burst through the door. I managed to hide behind a stack of splendid trash. I walked up to the owner of the store, Edgar. They said something about him being a disruptor. As he tried reasoning with them, they knocked him out and dragged him away. Just like that. I accidentally knocked over the stack of records, so one of the officials came back in and saw me. I tried to escape through the back door, but he ran after me. I climbed up a ladder, but he climbed after me. When he grabbed my foot, I panicked. I kicked and he fell. It must have been a 10-meter drop and he broke his neck in the fall. I think I killed him. I didn't mean to. I don't know what to do. No one else saw me, but I'm afraid they can track me down. And shit, why are you here? They sent you to scan me, did they? Okay, I told you the truth. You know I have. You gotta help me. Album cover of Seraphina by Polly Hogan, a classic. Jessica always put that on after work. Melancholic traditional songs, mixed with strange soundscapes from outer worlds, like she was from outer space. Music enthusiast. Her hospital bed. Like this mental image of Jessica dying. It'll appears now and then. It used to be all I thought about, but that memory slowly being replaced by the good years. He was so happy. Suffered a great loss. Bank, the Tower of Evil. We work our asses off to pay maintenance, and this bank swoops in and takes a cut for handling out transactions. Maintenance should go to healthcare, not some rich banker. Against the system. After losing his wife, Nasir has begun to question the rules of the instruction. As his grief continues to wear him down, his opinion against the structure grows stronger. Dane. You. I think you just saved my life. We'll stay low. I really hope you get your daughter back soon. This madness has got to stop. See you soon. I hope. And take care of yourself, old friend. I guess Nasir was not our guy then. We will keep a lookout for the killer. Stay alert, Scanner. Wow, a fellow mind scanner. Let me shake your hand. Are you here to compare notes? I can show you my methods if you want. What do you mean? Raymond pulls out what appears to be a crudely made mind scanner helmet and treatment device. Sparks fly from loose wiring as he switches it on. Keep a strict logbook. I leave nothing to chance, and I'm getting great results. My patients are reporting life-changing effects. On real people. Oh yes, we're colleagues. You and I. My brother-in-law Hilmet is a shopper in the boots. I had him cook me up some equipment. I say he got it pretty close. Pretty close doesn't really got it when you're messing with someone's brain. I'd love to compare though, see just what kind of hardware you're packing. Very well. It's a person. Completely healthy person, nothing wrong with him whatsoever. His mind is clear of bad thoughts and it shows. What a champ. Mental health interest. The ticket machine by the door. People punching in all day. As long as you've got a ticket, you can ride along. Same goes for mind scanning. Systemical. Fight club. My school principal, he's telling me to keep my nose to myself. All I did was install vidcams in the teacher's room to keep things efficient. Could be either, but I think he believes he's maintaining order. I mean, at least it's positive fucking toilets or something. Riddle's unhealthy obsession with control has led him to perform unauthorized treatments in the Talents district, with no regard for people's safety. Canomania. I need to read about these personality types. I did that test like years ago, but I don't remember what I got in it. Wait a minute, I'm on your side. If you try and treat a healthy patient, it could have dangerous results. Oop. Sweet. Still got one in. Hello, this is Chris. Ah, fucking Chris. You know, as soon as I mentioned that I'm not sweating, and even though the weather is warm, it started. Hi Scanner, Luna here. Your fellow astronauts are in need of guidance. You see, walking on the moon requires knowledge. You have this knowledge. Yeah, way to go to be subtle. We are willing to pay you 3 copper for a short lesson. You don't have to prepare anything. It's mostly just gonna be Q&A. Meet up with a small team of Moonrisers and spend some hours explaining the basics of mind scanning, the technology behind it and how to approach patients. They all seem to learn a lot from it, and, surprisingly, you do too. If you want, I can hook you up with some transport tickets. It's one of the perks of my job. Consider it a token of respect. I don't know why I'm so bad at recognizing those patterns. Shit. I'll have to treat him tomorrow as well. Former patient of yours. Ah, Mr. Finewell. Today's news. With Wall Day approaching, wall sales have begun, and devoted citizens have been working hard to decorate the walls with tools, LED screens and cables. Oh, nice, we can return to patient. Mind scanners, da da da, sap and tweak them all, the better. Mind scanners, da da da. I made up our theme song and now it's stuck in my head. Weeps are the worst. Wow. Okay. I'll mind my own business. Why did I think I could just go and mess around in other people's heads? Better leave that to the pros. Thanks for clearing that up. I'll focus on my trains. Looks a bit like my ballet teacher, a strong woman. Mother is also strong. What? Respects authority? A magical place far away. Everyone is dancing, free from any duties. Dreams of freedom. Chains. Tied to a house. Strange. Feels trapped. Yep. Shit. Breaking them as well. Maybe it's the coffee that's making me so hot right now. Yeah, absolutely. And like Lyra mentioned before, Carmen San Diego, I'm getting World of Horror vibes as well. Shit. Trying to get it. I don't know, lavender tea sounds really nice. Can see one. It. I'll have to trade him tomorrow as well. There we are. I didn't realize Mother is dead. He's been dead all this time. And I don't know what got into me. Thank you for curing me, Doctor. I'll visit Mother at the Embering Funnel from now on. This guy we destroyed last run. Let's try to actually cure him. I know, my heritage is almost drained, yada yada, can't pay maintenance, you'll put my collection on auction, like fuck you won't. That collection is my life. Wait, you're not the maintenance man. You're a mind scanner. Did not call for a mind scanner, good luck digging around in my brain, it's filled with mint condition morals and unpunched memories, everything in alphabetical order, of course. Nothing is tainted, like my collection of action figures. Games and film posters. No dirty hands have ever been allowed to touch my collection, ever. It's that awful maintenance man, don't remind me. My heritage from my parents is almost gone. I won't be able to pay maintenance, but fuck if I care. They can't just take away my collection. Mental life savings. Poster for the Tiger Tongue remake that came out 7 years ago. Spent 50 kapok on the original poster. By far the best version, by the way. No discussion. If you don't agree, well then go get punched, okay? Expensive hobby. Do I know something about that? My first collectible, Construction Crunch, the breakfast cereal. I have every box of breakfast products ever released, and they keep coming up with new flavors. I pay for an extra room just for these. Lifelong collector. This hoarder has no limits. As Casey's collection expands each day, his bank account will soon be sucked dry. As he refuses to work or sell his collection, he will be forced to leave the structure when this day comes. Sure, let's treat the weirdo. Let's put him under the knife for conserving games and toys. This is so wrong. Kylak is crazy, Kruntos is crazy. Windows of Lilvos is Tendrick Toilmaster, Donny fucking Thumb, not me. Oh yeah, he started with very low personality, that's why I failed last time. Ugh, I hate these freezers. Very few combos possible. Receive a letter from Glenn Starr. Dear Doctor, thank you so much. Here are 2 tickets for Mountains Beyond, my upcoming show at the Sphere. The other zoners would like to speak to you. I will connect you in 3, 2, 1. Hello? This is Vince. I am speaking on the behalf of the 20,000 people who are gathered here outside the lovely city gates. Can you hear me? Loud and clear. Splendid. I need you to listen, and I need you to listen good. There are only 12 zebras left and none of them are willing to cope. We need a good zebra or this place will turn ugly. Do you copy? Great, so they're actually batshit insane. Exactamundo. Now I need you to be that zebra. Do you think you can do that? Well, Great, I heard you have a foal. She's a special one, isn't she? She has got the power to shut down even the most intricate systems. My daughter. Oh, okay, never mind. Zebras are disruptors. Yes, now let me tell you something. My people have waited 11 years for this moment, ever since I had a vision of peace, a vision of a better future, a vision... He might be crazy still. Fantastic. Listening is the most important thing you can do right now. I need you to look your daughter straight in the eyes and tell her to watch for the stripes. Okay? I mean, the ominous music doesn't help. I ain't kidding ya. She needs to watch for the stripes and listen for the sound of time switching on and off. It's a buzzing sound, can't miss it. But the feeling is right, she has to join the sound, she has to swim into it with her own voice. No jumping, she has to swim into it. This is very important. Swim. You've got it, buddy. This will be the path to peace. Now, I wish you the best of luck. Don't let the lions bite your throat. Catch you on the other side. What was that all about? Anyway, they seem like good people. And more importantly, they will help us take down the structure. We will contact you again when we are ready. It could have been coded, it could have been just crazy talk. Whew. Okay, you win, Scanner, I see it now. Enough is enough. I don't need all this crap. I need to start parting with my collection. I need money for maintenance. Thanks for making this clear. Thanks again for saving me. If it wasn't for you, I'd be running around in the outer zone with nothing but my clothes. I've already sold a third of my action figures. I'm keeping the best, of course, but I sent you one. You open a package with an unpunched figure of Boom Cube inside, mint condition. Boom Cube, baby. Keep it. Sell it or throw it out. It's yours. Do whatever you want. Thanks again, Scanner. I'm selling that shit. Boom Cube turns out to be a rarity. Oh my, incoming call from the constructor. Greetings, Mind Scanner. As you may have heard, one of your colleagues is a traitor, and Mind Scanner is helping the terrorist group Moonrise. Of course, we can't have that. Did you know that within a few months of their existence, Moonrise has killed close to 50 people, including 7 civilians? Their goal is to break open the gates to the outer zone. They want to save our citizens by removing the very thing that protects us from certain death. The outer zone is swarming with dangerous creatures, not to mention the thousands of outer zoners waiting to storm our city. Well, you should not worry too much, we have the situation under control. I'm just contacting all the mind scanners to remind them of these facts. If you happen to gather any knowledge of this treacherous mind scanner, please let us know, for normality and the mind. Ursula Boulevard is known for her cutthroat methods and an impressive command of words. She can convince anyone of anything, but clients have found her oddly quiet lately. I see. A mind scanner. Before we start this procedure, I will have to inform you that your instruments will not be applicable in my case. Why? Well, the voice I am speaking to you in right now is not my own. It hasn't been for some time, therefore any response I provide to you, your testing will not be my own. Duly noted. The needle of a lie detector, it's dancing across the paper as I speak. Secure. Regnos Book of Rules, banned but I've got a copy. Reality is flexible. The secret of how to bend it is written in these pages. Bookworm. Powerful? What? My mother Sunday Vidical, every Sunday without fail. One day she started to doubt the words coming out of my mouth. This is how I knew something had changed. He is being distrusted. My voice commanded laundry room. I haven't had access to it in 2 weeks, so excuse my appearance. Feels out of control. The instruction, the founding document of the structure. I've placed my hands on it in oath more times than I can count. Lying can be so simple. Do what you gotta do. Boulevard believes the words coming out of her mouth are no longer her own. Scared to use them, she has silenced herself at work and is unable to function in society. Sensor Rasses. Insanity is a much too simple word, but you work with what you've got, I suppose. What? Oh, rhythm, not frequency. We are making the final preparations for the rescue mission. We will strike on Wall Day in 2 days. Your daughter will not become a weapon of the structure. We will rescue her, I promise. And when we do, her pulse will break down these city walls. City gates. Back in session. I am ready. Or this mouse says I am. Shit. That was close. Well, we'll be able to heal her before the attack happens. So she can witness all the horrors. Dear citizens of the structure, tomorrow is Wall Day. Everyone is off duty and everything will be closed, so be sure to do your wall shopping today. Oh, feel like I can speak freely again. Here goes. I'm a liar, I admit it. I'm no longer afraid to say that I was wrong. I feel like I can trust everything I'm saying right now. What a sensation. Thank you, Scanner. Alan Lee is fast and reliable copywriter, but his tendency to speak in incomprehensible slang has gone from bad to worse. That's just most of the Gen Z. Nico has not been herself after the loss of her family. Her friends and colleagues never see her, and she rarely answers their calls. When she does, she talks about time travel. Well, Guess we can just end the day because tomorrow is the ending. So, tomorrow's wall day. Do you have anything planned? Just kidding. I sure hope you know what you're doing, Scanner. Today's news. Millions have gathered on the streets to celebrate Wall Day, but the atmosphere is unusually tense. We asked a wall devotee in crowd. Fucking Chris again. Never seen so many people on Wall Day. Wow, we're just trying to have a good time, but yeah. You know what those outer-zoners are up to, who knows? Yeah, Wall Day. As the numbers count no less than 20,000 outer-zoners, the threat of the outside has reached new levels. The constructor states that everything is under control. Nonetheless, this Wall Day will go down in history. To all of you out there, happy Wall Day. It's time. I can almost smell the fresh air. Are you ready, Scanner? I'm ready. And let's stare down these walls. See you at the Signoga Institute. What a way to celebrate Wall Day. Best of luck on your mission, Scanner. This is it. Tonight we'll see the gates come down. The fall of the structure has come at last. Moonrise agents are ready to seal off the room. Once they blow the generators, we have 10 minutes to get your daughter out, before the doors open with a swarm of officials. Okay, any minute now. Now, let's go. Godspeed. Thank you. He buzzes you through. You reach the reactor room, two mind sculptors panic and run to the sealed doors. Mona keeps them in check. On the other side, a team of officials try to break in. Hurry up. Your daughter is lying in her container, eyes closed. Alright, time to come clean. Can't guarantee the safety of your daughter. The powers could kill her if not kept in balance. But if we fail to open the gates, we are all dead. Okay, first get her out of that test chamber. Your daughter opens her eyes and looks straight at you. The ceiling lights begin to flicker. Try to get her energy up. The room starts to tremble. Your daughter starts to scream as if in pain. The wiring surrounding her begins to snap and crack. Glass explodes, blowing you and Mona backwards. You get to your feet and pull your daughter out of the container. Is she okay? Yes. So far so good, Scanner. Now, let's get her outside. Don't worry about the other test subjects, they will be set free once this is over. Oh. You move through the corridors, sirens, lights flickering. Finally you get her outside. Miles ahead you see the Great North Gates towering. Where am I? Taste metal. I'm here with you. Now or never, Scanner. Tell her to focus all her energy on the gates. I know it's risky, but it's the best chance we've got. Your daughter looks at you and smiles. I missed you. She keeps looking at you, smiling. Zebras. Look at their stripes. What? No, focus on the gates. Keep looking. So many stripes. Beautiful. Listen. Nice, it sounds nice. Strange soft buzzing sound fills the air. Slowly it starts taking over the city noise, pushing it away with a bubble of soft buzz. Let me hear your voice. The voice of your daughter floats into the sound. Her voice is beautiful. Swim. A thousand voices join. Both inside and outside the city walls, the gates opened, the structure buzzed and flickered, first at an immense speed, then slowing down to a halt. The structure had shut down, not a single machine working, yet nothing broke. Everything stood still. The outer zoners walked slowly through the open gates. People joined Moonrise and the outer zoners and peacefully rose against the regime. Now with most officials being lifeless robots and all Signoka weapons rendered useless, the constructor gave up without any struggle. The Faraday program was shut down and the test subjects were released. It would take years to rebuild society, but it quickly proved stronger than its predecessor. Anxiety went down during these years, and those who suffered from traumas of the past were offered the best care. This included the constructor, who was treated successfully and hired as a city planner with great success. A lot more resources were put into the Mind Scanner program. Now branding of people was a thing of the past, and with the new Mind Hospital, people seeking help were in good hands. With the gates gone forever, the outer zone extended to the heart of the structure. The new bond with the outer zoners seemed to benefit both sides of the wall. You and your daughter live in peace, along with the other carriers of the pulse. She helped build a society in balance. Good job, Mind Scanner. Okay, that was actually way better than the Bliss ending. Ending good, Zebra. Okay, I wonder if I do this. What if we disagree to join her? I don't think there were any other options in the ending. I can't do this. What? No, you can't bail out now. Think of the people, think of your daughter. I'm out, sorry. Damn it, another flake. Luckily we can do this without you. Don't come knocking in the new world. Happy Wall Day. Well, not so happy I suppose. I'm sorry, but you do not have a level 3 citizenship. Without it, you can't get access to the Signoka Institute. I'm afraid it will be impossible to get your daughter out in this situation. The only thing left to do is hope that... The explosion at the Signoka Institute was heard in each corner of the structure. No one at the Institute survived the blast. Your daughter was gone. It was later known that your daughter and the other test subjects were disruptors used in the Faraday program, a weapon against the Pulse. Members of Moonrise had been trying to dismantle the weapon and rescue the victim of this inhuman construct. The rescue backfired. In the attempt to dismantle the Faraday weapon, Moonrise triggered all 5 test subjects, releasing their energy and resulting in the explosion. With the Faraday weapon terminated, the constructor and the leading members of Moonrise dead in the explosion, the war never broke out. But there was an uprising. For the citizens of the structure, this day marked a new beginning. The future lay in the hands of the people. With the gates still closed, the outer zoners were unable to join the uprising and walked back to their home in the wastelands. Weeks were spent on negotiations between remaining members of Moonrise and high officials of the structure. They finally settled on an agreement. A small council was formed along with the rewriting of the instruction. A lot more resources were put into the Mind Scanners program. Now branding of people. Okay, that's the same. Over the years, the edges of history were smoothed over, and the regime installed on that day is proving to be fairer and more benign machine than the one it replaced. The loss of your daughter has sent you into a crippling depression. After getting treatment at the Mind Hospital, you learn to live without her. Everyone else, you are a cog inside a machine. The structure grinds on. Yeah. Definitely a bad ending. Ending backfired. Okay, what about the first one? In this save. Here we actually had the level 3 clearance. As you awake, Liz is ready. I'll be damned. It's all day alright. I've been directed to tell you that you now have level 3 citizenship. Best wall day ever. This means you now have a security clearance for the Signoka Institute. You can finally visit your daughter. This time we'll remove her from the machine. Greetings. May I see your ID card? Level 3 clearance. Step right in. After walking through multiple corridors, you finally reach the reactor room. 5 individual containers circle a large metallic core. Inside each container, you see a patient connected by wires that lead out of the container and into the core. In the third container, you find your daughter. Her eyes are closed. You keep looking at her, hoping for a sign of life. Her eyes open slightly. The lights begin to flicker. Don't like it. Pulling something out of me into their machine. Please, get me out. Get her out. As you give her a smile, the room begins to tremble. She lets out a scream. The wiring surrounding her begins to snap and crack. The glass explodes, blowing you backwards. The sirens go off with guards approaching. You get to your feet and pull your daughter out of the container. As the guards enter the room and pull out their ray guns, your daughter sends a scream across the room, igniting the Signoka charge guns, which blow one by one, knocking out the guards. You move through the corridors, sirens lights flickering. You finally manage to get her outside. After breaking free your daughter, you manage to get her to safety, just as the war broke out. With a team of 15 disruptors, Moonrise managed to open one of the gates. As 20,000 outer-zoners walked into the city, the army of officials began to open fire. With the Faraday weapon now terminated, the Constructor had lost his advantage, and as most of the officials were robots, the Pulse proved to be a worthy opponent. Oppressed citizens felt a call to action and joined Moonrise. After thousands of casualties on both sides, the Constructor was caught and executed by the rebellion. The Faraday program was shut down and the test subjects were rescued. The war was over, but the city lay in ruins. With the gates gone forever, the Outer Zone extended to the heart of the structure. Collaborations with the Outer Zoners seemed to benefit both sides of the wall. Instead of replacing the Constructor with a new leader, a small council was formed, the instruction was burned, and a new set of rules was created to shape the new society. A lot more resources were put into the Mind Scanners program. Over the years, the edges of history were smoothed over, and the regime installed by Moonrise on that day proved to be a fairer and more benign machine than one it replaced. You and your daughter lived in peace. You kept contributing to science, and your daughter used the Pulse to help build a more balanced society. The end. Okay ending, I guess. Kind of neutral. Architect of Fortune. Was there a different thing in the Bliss ending? Let's see. I feel like there might have been one. Like we start using the bliss, but we stop midway or something. Plug in the bliss. You pull out the bliss device and plug it into the core machine, connecting all 5 containers. We don't sacrifice our daughter this time, so we don't get the greater good ending. As you press execute, the machine sucks out the energy from all 5 test subjects. It's working. This machine is the future. This will help thousands, millions even. But as you look into the eyes of your daughter, you realize her life is slipping away. If you stop now, you can save her. But bliss will be gone forever. Save her life. You quickly unplug the device and look at your daughter. Her eyes are closed. She's not moving. Wake up, please. Her eyes open, she's alive, and she smiles at you. The lights begin to flicker. Get her out. As you give her a smile, the room begins to tremble. She lets out a scream, the wiring surrounding her. Ah, is it just the previous ending? I think another ending is that we turn in the Moonrise. Yep, same ending. There's an ending guide. Gives some hints. See. The thing is that I don't remember when the constructor asked us to give in information about Moonrise. Ah, there we go. There's a Dazing Choices guide. Yeah, we haven't gotten the structure ending yet. I guess we can do another save for that. I mean, I need to finish the game on easy too for the achievements. Really hope that this doesn't close off any endings. Some games do that. So basically we do all of the stuff that the structure wants us to. By the way, dropped by the store today and these are pretty damn good. Kind of tastes like a peanut that's covered in a crunchy layer of a chicken stock made out of chicken skin, like oven roasted chicken skin. I guess we could get Exile too. Probably easier that we cure this one and fail the next ones. You don't have to just wait down that entire clock. It could be a thing too that you can't fail the tutorial. Ah, the maintenance is only 6 now. Okay, let's start fucking up. Are you real? No. This is getting worse. Wendell takes out a neon snapping rod from her purse and whips it at you, slashing you 4 times on your outreached arms. Oh shit, oh no, I'm so sorry, why did you say you weren't real? Here, let me. She wraps you in bandages. -20 time. Okay, you're my scatter. I see what I was afraid this might happen. I'll stay. I need to destroy your brain. Self-induced hallucination. Worried about society. Visual disturbances. It'll be interesting to see what happens when I stress her out too much. I think that one old lady just straight up died. I don't feel so good. Little Simons got stressed. Treatment must end. Oh, I feel dizzy. Everything floating around. Riddle collapses lifeless on the floor. You call for help. Oh, she did die. Who's next? Okay, I guess we could just wait out the day instead. Your patient Gwendolyn Simmons is being taken care of. Doctors believe they can save her. That was close. You should be more careful with your patient scanner. Here's a penalty. Yeah, this is one of the big changes. Or one of the big decisions we need to make. I'm curious if they'll make us like a double agent to infiltrate Moonrise. Attention citizen, you do not have enough Kapok to pay maintenance. By the first rule of the structure, you are hereby exiled from the city and are to be cast into the outer zone. For normality and the mind, the structure. Game over. Ah, no. No ending. We haven't done her. Steffi Sparkle's familiar face can be seen on ads and products all around the structure. Despite her success, a bitterness seems to grow inside her. Her behavior may influence other citizens, so it's time to act. Oh, a mind scanner. I get it. I finally woke up and began criticizing our government, and all of a sudden you show up. Incredible. Well, okay, let's rid my mind of my destructive thoughts. I don't think any of the scans have anything to do with the endings. Okay, Doctor, so I'll tell you what I see on the screen. Hope you can make sense of it. Let's begin. A mess of wires. It's an explosive device. Do what you need to do in order to achieve what's right, I guess. For the greater good. My face on products, the Sparkle line. The consumers will never look like me. It makes them feel bad, which makes them easier for the structure to manipulate. This should be stopped. Unethical business. The gates. My dad was a small current engineer there when I was growing up. He showed me some holes in the wall where I could peek out to the outer zone. Why is it kept from us? Questions the rules. He would be excellent in Moonrise. Miss Sparkle has developed the fantastical notion that the structure is not acting in her best interest. She is clearly against the system. This anti-structure behavior is a danger to our society. She did see a bomb though, so that's I'm curious though if we do insane. Maybe the structure will thank us or something. Revoltosis. Insane. This world is insane, and I think you know it too. You know what you're doing, but you just don't care, do you? It's damn despicable. Go on, Cog. Make this malevolent machine run. Man, if the red spots don't even land on the end, this is good. This really is easy. Feels like this is very relaxed too. I'll say no, I suppose. I don't have any urge to change things anymore. I guess I will hold on to the good things of the city. Like my face. People like my face. Why not spread my beauty all over town? Beset by overwhelming sadness, Kumara has quit her job and is rapidly running out of kapok. Her inability to pay maintenance is surely adding to her grief. What have you done to Steffi? After 6 years of glamorous slavery, she finally woke up and you ruined it. Steffi would have made a difference. You reduced her to an empty glamour girl. Shame on you. Woe is me, woe is. Oh hey, you're here to cheer me up. Forget about it. And what they call inconsolable. Want me to spell that for you? What's wrong? What isn't wrong? I feel empty. I don't see any reason to continue. Why go to work? Why even go outside? I'm, you know, down. A bottomless pit. The walls are smooth, unnatural, like in Signoka mines. Except this one goes straight down. I don't see any light. In a dark place. Looks like my old camera, back when I still worked in photojournalism. Wasn't the same after they moved me to copy department. Taking pictures was everything to me. Downgraded. A list of my unanswered calls. Man, that's a long list. Don't know if I'll ever get around to reply to all of them. Seems so overwhelming. No energy. Yeah, she has depression, alright. Kumara seems to be suffering from a general lack of purpose and drive. Her dark and depressive mindset makes her unfit for any jobs, and the maintenance clock is ticking. Crystallia. That's a fancy name for depression. You think this darkness has something to do with my mind? Well, I won't disagree. But to be honest, I'm not sure what we can do about it. I don't hold out much hope, that's all. Yeah, I think all of the devices are really relaxed. Oh, new signs. of my eye and see a light. This must be what they call a revelation. I now see where the darkness lies. It's all over the structure, but it's not inside me anymore. I have to spread light, not darkness. Shit, it was right there at the answer. You barely even have to use that thing. Okay. Have they contacted you? Yes. Thank you for letting us know. We will do what we can to stop them. Keep an eye out for normality and the mind. Structure. This guy again. This guy I feel like we might have fucked up too. We fucked up a lot of people in the first run, Jesus. Real easy. Might be too easy actually. My superpowers, my psychic blast keeps the Apophis away. Hiss. Really effective when raiding for food. Claims to have powers. The trash can. My classmates at school, they emptied it on my head. I was covered in filth the rest of the day as the teachers did not allow me to go home. They all laughed so hard. Bullied in school. Hot legs. Lava lava. The rodent likes looking at legs from below, but god damn it. The rodent never has visitors. The rodent is very lonely. Sexual offender, yes, but I think they want to go for lonesome. This lost soul claims to be a superhero named the Rodent. After being bullied all through his life, he lives alone in the sewers, cut off from society. He has an aggressive attitude and is putting his own health at risk. You may speak truth about my diagnosis, but make no mistake, the rodent is here to stay. Okay, there we go. I guess the icons of this device get determined at the start of the run. That's interesting. I had a good feeling about you from day one. You can always come to me if there's anything on your mind. Think of me as your friend. The rodent special guest is here. Ah, there's only one option. Whoops. What am I doing with my life? Yuck. Stuff I've been eating. I have to straighten out my life. But I can't return to my old life either. I'll find a way. Thank you for saving me. Formerly known as Becky Jo Smith, after replacing flesh with implants, she turned into Christine and quickly became one of our city's most vocal and extreme cyborg activists. Greetings, Cyborg, no. Are you interested in a pamphlet? It's a light read, I have them here somewhere. Sure. Christine hands you a pamphlet. The colorful cover reads, Cyborgs are human too. A 10-step guide on how to become one with machines. You flip it open. The first page reads, they might be your neighbor, your vidscreen repairman or even your lover. Cyborgs live in peace all around us, yet many people are still afraid of them. I need to scan you. Well, that makes me a little nervous, gotta say, but okay, I guess. I don't know if they're talking about mechanical implants or... They're probably talking about mechanical implants with this universe. Incoming message from the structure. By using your fax machine, we succeeded in tracking down a member of Moonrise. During our conversation, we discovered some details about a certain mutation. This mutation grants the carrier power to destroy Signoka-based machines, basically anything within the structure. We call this mutation the Pulse. I suspect that it seems that Moonrise are planning on using the Pulse as a weapon against the structure. Okay, so we learned about the disruptors early in this playthrough. I suspect that it seems that Moonrise are planning on using the Pulse as a weapon against the structure. Furthermore, he also mentioned something about an instability of the Pulse. We want you to acquire more information on this instability. The Moonrise agent has, of course, been banished from the structure and cast into the outer zone. For normality and the mind. Can I ask you a personal question? Do you have any technology in your system, enhancing or otherwise? None of your business. Alright, sure, of course. It's everyone's right. This one's easy. My very first implant, the ultraviolet eyeballs. Of course my mom wouldn't allow it, so I snuck out. No regrets. iBook for life. Bragging, could be bragging too. As iBook for life. It's the intersection by my school. People just frantically crossing the street in every direction. No logic to it. Just pure animal instinct. Disgusting, really. I mean, they're a transhumanist, I guess. Despises non-cyborgs. Some weak plain skin, naked in front of God. Well, not for much longer. Soon all humans will see. They'll all feel the power of the next step. Okay, starting to go a bit far. Anti-nudist. Dreams of cyborg regime. A human riding in a car. What a parasitic relationship. Why two separate entities? One mooching off of the other. They should be one. Purist. Christine has developed an inexplicable hate for non-cyborgs and is fighting for a cause to transform every citizen into a cyborg by any means necessary. Psychosis. What? No. Did someone tell you to do this? This is unbelievable. I'm trying to spread the message of love and understanding. Don't you know that? You're fucking supremacist. You're breaking my mechanical heart. I know there are multiple. Strange. The cyborg parts of my body are still there, but I don't feel particularly cyborg. I just feel like me, I suppose. I have the call of the operation. Excuse me, doctor. Oh, hi again, doctor. Sorry I left you in a hurry yesterday. It's kind of nice being old Becky again. Still want to fight for cyborg rights, but in a more peaceful way. Thank you for letting me cool down. Short-tempered Jefferson, one of the many parasites of the structure, used to be a car salesman but nowadays earns maintenance by doing Lord knows what. Recently his temper has reached a new level. The fuck are you doing here, you little brain sucker? Think you're better than Jefferson? No. Oh. Yes was the right thing. Whatever, this is incredible. First they sent me through hell in my youth, and now they send a mind scanner to fuck up my brain. The hell with you, and the structure to hell, I say. Waste disposal machine. Chunk crusher. Great place to find spare machine parts for reselling. If only those fucking punks weren't hanging out there all the time. Avenger. Okay, fuck off, I am not doing this one. I mean, what's the deal here? Am I supposed to say something like, that's me in the gutter, drinking my brains out? Well, look at him, he's such a parasite. Fuck off. Bad life. Strange but familiar landscapes. There is something unsettling about this place. I don't like it. Don't kill me. Get it off me. Panic attack. With the slightest touch, his anger explodes like a Signoga bomb. In his 20s he was sent to the Outer Zone on a secret mission. Through these memories were wiped, his trauma stays with him. So he's got PTSD. Outer Zoniac. What? Unbelievable. Unbe-fucking-believable. Sure thing, feel free to drill my brains to pieces. I ought to kill you, fucking asshole. You might need a stress freezer for this. Well, we definitely have enough kapok. I'm so happy I got a new job. I figured, hey, I know the sewers like no one else, so I applied as a sewage worker. They were so impressed that they put me in charge of redesigning the infrastructure. I was an architect before my life crisis, but still, can you believe it? And the other guys at work are so friendly. You helped me so much, Doctor. I sent you something to show my gratitude. You open the package. It's a painting of you saving the rodent. It's a really nice painting. Looking at it gives you a boost of energy. Incoming fax. This is the disruptor fax, I guess. Yep. Finally found a way to eliminate the pulse. Those disruptors must be stopped before they destroy all Signoga-based machines. Yes, I'm worried. I'm running a Signoga myself, you know. Heck, the whole city is. Well, back to work, Scanner. You again, fuck's sake. I must say, my heart does feel a bit lighter. A lot lighter, in fact. I've been way too harsh, haven't I? There's no point in being grumpy. I'm so happy I could kiss you, Doc. Thank you so much. The family of Derek Brown is getting more and more concerned with a magician called Pipidu, a fictitious character performed by Derek himself. Salutations, it is I, Pipidu, magician, reader of the skies, truth seeker, advisor to kings. Pray tell me, who are you? Mind scanner. Of course, Pipidu already knows this. Just testing you. Pipidu knows everything. One of the ghosts that haunts the outer zone. The walls will keep it out. Building? My old watchtower. Ah, the things you could see with that old brass telescope. Beautiful landscapes. Nostalgic. The portal. I thought that I'd never see it again. A portal into the Derek. No time to bid my loved ones farewell. Believes he's someone else. Derek Brown believes himself to be possessed by the spirit of an old court magician. If true, his family issues are the least of his problems. Possesses. Pipidu. Insane. Don't make me laugh. Me thinks the world has gone insane, not I. Your machines will solve nothing, Skullwasher. Actually. No. Oh no, yes it is. Hmm. 54 kapok. I can't thank you enough, Doctor. I've had the best night in a long time, hung out with old friends and met new ones. Being nice to people actually pays off, and guess what? I met an old buddy from Team Gamma. Turns out he's rich, so he gave me enough money to start my car sales business again. Woohoo, here's a little something as thanks, Jefferson. Come closer, my child. The all-knowing Pipido is ready to give counsel. Pick a card, any card. You pick the 9 of spades. Your card is the 9 of spades, correct? Yes? Of course it is. This is easily my favorite minigame. Just the amount of time things that switch the icon there. Not doing that in time. I'll just wait it out. Oh, I could have done a personality actually. My scanner, you have accumulated 236 science. At this juncture, it is my privilege to congratulate you on your level 2 citizenship. My favorite techno magician is back, Macy's. And now it's a bit more challenging. I guess it was just big at the start of the game, so... Bibidoo. Oh, Bibidoo is gone. Bibidoo is gone. Finally. Yes, I was getting sick and tired of his whimsical ways and magician's tricks. Huge thanks. Thank you seems to be in order. Thank you, my friend. Lily is fast and reliable copywriter, but his tendency to speak in incomprehensible slang has gone from bad to worse. This one we haven't done yet. Hello, Doctor. This is Wilma Brown. Thank you so much for curing Derek and removing that lord-awful Bibidoo person. One more day of his card tricks and I would have been ready for a scan. Thank you. Damn those channels. Running a city is complicated even without disruptors ruining everything. Pulse is pretty frightening. That Faraday weapon sure will come in handy. I heard about a pulse blast at K-Pop Mall in the deals a couple of months ago. What a scene. Every Signoka device in the textile department was completely fried. Customers trapped behind glass doors, panicking. And all they wanted was a new pair of pants. I tell you, without technology, the citizens of the structure turn into wild beasts. Snap. A my scanner. Well, alright. I can sig. Excuse me? I said I can sig. I sig it. It's a scream. I can smell what you're cooking if you catch my drift. I'm not sure. Yeah, this cat is alright. Check it. Let go. Let's go. My co-workers over at Sim and Sons, real eggheads, just staring at me, not able to comprehend my words. Well, it's their loss. You snooze, you lose. Staring at eggs. Proud. My talkie chip, post order, installed it myself. Clicked it right in there, man. Yes sir, they call me a cyborg. I call myself a seeker. Crispy's talking chips TM. Speech enhancement. My typewriter, a real classic beauty, but hey, The letters are all in the wrong order on this one. Good for some edgy montage work, I suppose. Pretentious. Pretentious beatnik cyborg. As his augmented speech center has overtaken his entire system, he lays an unbearable burden on his audience. Poesis. No, you're mistaken. My mind is poetic. I see colors where others see black and white, and infinity in a grain of sand. If you want to call that insanity, that's your loss, man. Yeah, he could just be a bit different, not insane necessarily. Hey there, don't be so fast to judge. You people don't know the half of what I have to deal with. I actually have to do something other than switch it on and off. What a trip. I ordered a picnic upgrade, but to spice up my riding. But boy did I get more than I bargained for. I'm sort of relieved. It was fun though. Oh, shit. How can I help you? Might have not done this, dude. Oh, that's nice. I think that is a waterfall. I'm taking a shower in it. Deranged sense of scale? No, likes nature. Oh, that's nice. I think that is a... oh, same thing. No, I can't do this one. Oh, he's a jammer. Sorry, I'm sorry. I don't know why this keeps happening. Let me pay for the repair. But please don't tell anyone. Well, we are playing the structure side, so I couldn't accept. Jeez, your video screen is a mess. What happened? He's a disruptor. No spells, I'll call him in. Let's get this freak under control. Now, we can't have you out in the field with faulty gear. Expect your replacement equipment by post. Free of charge, of course. What do you want? Oh, nice, Scanner. You're here to help me out. Keep an eye on things. I don't think we have much time. Oh, yeah? Oh yeah, I can't do anything today because this device is broken. Can't even design new stuff. There we go. Our state-of-the-art video screen for all your viewing needs. It even comes with a pack of chewing gum. Nice. Greetings, Mind Scanner. Thank you for reporting that disruptor. From your description, he did not seem hostile. His blast must have been caused by the instability. You should go talk with Boris, a chip market shopper in the booths. He helped us develop the Mind Scanner device prototype, so he knows a thing or two about the relationship between mind and machine. Oh. Last time we ran into him randomly. Or I guess because we had high science, because that was the science ending. Whoop. Shit. Well, I guess I have the money to be traveling around anyways. State your business, Scanner, and make it snappy. I don't know you people 2 clicks of my time. Ask about the pulse. I might have seen a couple of incidents. What of it? The constructors scared their toys will short circuit. I guess that makes sense. Those jammers can sure cause trouble. He blew your what? I thought I made those devices indestructible. Guess not. How did that happen? Was he aggressive? No, he was scared. Yeah, huh? Well, I can't say for sure what's going on in the mind of these jammers, but their powers seem unstable. Yeah, I think you scanners are forgetting one important thing. You are dealing with people. People have unstable thoughts. Their personality is the cause of this instability. Now be off. I have to fix this Vexoride. And hey, don't let the structure run you down. Structure wants to reward you for your loyalty. Your speeder could use an upgrade. We will send a mechanic. You will be traveling much faster from now on. Oh shit. Being thirsty, you walk over to a 6-soda vending machine to buy a can of Asteroid. Fumbling with a couple of small POC, you drop 2 coins of Kapok. Hook up a Corral into a small crate. You think you might be able to get them up using a couple of North-through popsicle sticks that lay next to a trash can. Go for it. You struggle to pick up the coins. They keep falling from popsicle sticks. -10 time. Try again. Close. There we go. Almost. Whoops, down they go. -10 time. You decide to leave your hard-earned cash to a passerby with more time on their hands. The Borders agent just sent you 2 tickets to their concert. Bert Herbert. Bert is a simple-minded factory worker. No one has ever complained about him, and he's generally seen as a nice guy. Lately, his employer at the Flesh Factory has been worried about his vivid imagination. Flesh Factory? One of the combat ghettos of the Boots said hi to your 10,000 neighbors. Bert Herbert has a visitor. Bert Herbert says hi. Visitor must be quiet. Little man is sleeping. Little man is very little. Little man sleeps in the left armpit of Bert Herbert. I see. Little man. Bert Herbert loves little man. Bert Herbert takes little man out of pocket, watching the trees and bushes, throwing rocks in Red Lake. Bert Herbert has fun times with little man. Genitals are good company. What? Imaginary companion. Ball. Kick the ball, says Bert Herbert to little man. Ball is kicked. Little man is very good at kicking ball. Little man is world champion. Son is football talent. Ah. Wishful thinking, I guess. Slice of flesh worm, delicate says boss, disgusting says Bert Herbert, and little man best friend. Repelled. People, little man is shy, hides from people, little man only talks with Bert Herbert, talks about apples and pumpkins, little man asks how many apples and pumpkins in outer zone, Bert Herbert doesn't know. Invisible friend. Other Creatures, favorite TV show. Little man and Bert Herbert watch it together. Eat lots of candy. Lovely creatures. Funny and beautiful. Little man falls asleep. Makes Bert Herbert smile. Comforting. Bert is not using the full potential of his brain. This has led to a lonely life as a factory worker. His shy spirit has created an invisible friend. A friend that keeps him company. A friend he cares for. What a false friend. Companion Nullis. Bert Herbert is sick. I understand. It's alright, little man. Dr. Scanner will fix me. Little man welcomes Dr. Scanner. Little man likes you. Oh. Hi, I'm Bert Herbert. Yes, but I'm alone. Little man does not exist. It was just my imagination. That's... No, I'm never gonna see him again. Oh, little man. I miss you. It's Fernando Fulman's Ugly Mark 1 review put that charlatan out of business. Good riddance, I say. Never again must I put my tongue on that dried up fricassee. He ought to be slaughtered, the hog. As the chef. No, enjoys the humiliation, probably. Boys from school telling me I'm fat. Who decided that was a bad thing? State your case, you skinny bitches. Never enjoyed life, so you don't deserve it either. Be traumatized. Yes, life is good food. Let's stay cooking in a Signoga oven, you barbarian. This is that dope Chef Fullman's work, isn't it? It needs low heat. I swear, one day I'll stick him in that oven. One correct way. My colony in the East Wall Turtle. For 20 years I've guided them through the dangerous culinary threats of the structure. I've closed many rat holes throughout the years. Still plenty of work to do. Put people out of business. This is Mrs. Herbert. You treated my Bertie. He has changed. He's acting like a normal person. I miss his vivid imagination. Perhaps he's a better fit in your world, but not in mine. Incoming message from the structure. The official by the name of Jimmy Wostox is a suspected robosexual. As robosexuality is forbidden in the structure, we can't have him patrolling our streets. Oh. Firing him could start riots, so we need you to correct him. Treating him will not be enough. You need to erase his personality. Don't worry, we'll pay extra for your trouble. For normality and the mind. Oh, this is fucked up. I don't think we need any devices, we can just not boost his personality. Jimmy has been serving SOC, the structure official corps, for 23 years and is highly respected among his fellow officials. Rumors are that Jimmy is a member of underground robosexual societies. No, go away. This ain't right. I'm an official. I did nothing wrong. I was just inspecting those robots. This is a mistake. Fabulous entrance of Le Circuit, my favorite restaurant. In this structure, the waiters move between tables in such perfectly timed rhythm, and they care for me. And for everyone else, of course. It's Barbara, the most popular girl in high school. All the other boys fell in love with her. A1, I never understood all the fuss. Just a regular girl with fleshy cheeks, long hair and pimples. And nope, not me. Different taste. That's clearly sex spot. I know because I once had to arrest a woman that was sexually engaged with such a thing. So that's why I know. Next one, please. Bad memory. Jimmy has been hiding his sexuality from the public. Instead of suppressing his robosexuality, he has been visiting sex spots in secrecy. This information has been unknown to SOC until now. Ugh, this does not feel good at all. Hard to not connect the real world implications. Alright, I confess I'm a robosexual. There I said it, and what's wrong with that? I was born this way, I have no choice. I never did anything to anybody, I'm not insane. Sexuality is not an insanity, damn it. Oh god. It is good that they did something like this though. Yeah, I'm having to erase someone's sexuality and then their personality entirely because the officials said so. Oh, once you've started, it keeps going. Yep. Do they have the right tools? Basically turns them into a husk of a person. Hi there. I realized I was wrong. Please just let me go. Well, no boosting the personality. There we go. Shit, almost got it. Man, the smell of these peanuts really sticks to your hands. This morning is... this thing. No love. I have no sexuality. I am just an official doing my duty. Good job, my scanner. Here is a reward as promised. I forgot to mention a minor side effect of your treatments. They sort of reduce the personality of your patients. Once the personality is completely removed, it can never be recovered, but no worries, you'll get paid either way. Their insanity is first priority. It must be removed at any cost. This is a new one. EV has a mechanical brain implant. The implant is suspected to be illegally modified by himself, and according to his co-workers, this has caused him to misbehave lately. Now this is an insult. You do not need to scan my mind. This brain is 100% compressed knowledge. It will blow your pretty machines to pieces. Beautiful machine, giving out orders to officials. Hope this will happen someday. Technocrat. This reminds me of this dude who blew his head off trying to connect his data goggles to a TX-41. Lack of empathy. Biodermatic sublugs connected to an influentric core. Interesting concept. Tech geek. Highly intelligent, disrespectful and lacks empathy towards other people with lower IQ, Steve V has an uncontrollable love for machines, which has developed into a desire for domination using technology. Yeah, I bet. This game has such a good atmosphere. You and your machines are just piles of junk. Treat me for what? For being smarter than you? Just try me, Shrinky. Exactly. I think another game that would be kind of similar in dialogue and atmosphere would be Cruelty Squad. I've been eyeing that game for a while. Whoop. Oh, it changed. Guess it changes after every machine use. I'll definitely play Cruelty Squad at some point. Right now I'm saving money for those graphical overhauls for the channel though. Hello, this is urgent. My husband Logan is out of his mind. Began shortly after our second child was born. He hits me and is beating our children too. You have to help us. I thought having kids with an older gentleman, a surgeon, would protect us. Turns out that Logan is no gentleman at all. Please erase his mind. I'm worried that treatment might not be enough. This is a new encounter. Wait, is this the guy that got killed in the science bath? Successful and well-respected surgeon, Logan is a top professional in his field, but many of his co-workers have begun to worry as he uses his harsh words when speaking about his younger wife and their two kids. Oh please, mind scanner. I suppose my wife reported me. The wench, she's a liar. How about this? You turn around and walk in that direction and I continue my business, yes? Well, isn't this just fabulous? Tell you what. I don't trust that device of yours one bit, so how about this? I go through the scan, you declare me sane and I give you 15 kapok. How does that sound? Bribing an official. Broken window. I will never forget the falling data screen as it went through the ceiling window of the factory. The other kids made me do it. The owner gave me such a beating. I learned my lesson that day. Yeah, can see where the abuse comes from. Violence solves problems. My white suit for the surgeon's lodge. The little brat destroyed it. He had taken a red marker and drawn 2 thick lines across it. I drew 2 bloody lines from his dumb little nose. Of course, I'm only kidding. Uh-huh. Sure. An x-ray of the chest. An aortic aneurysm by the looks of it. Had a young patient who died of this. There was nothing I could do. Her parents blamed me. The fools. I taught them not to question my skills ever again. Flees from responsibility. Logan is beating his wife and kids. He was punished all through his childhood and raised to believe that corporal punishment is the key to behaving properly. Yeah. They're real-life connections again. But in this world we have the possibility of fixing him quite easily. I don't think we need to destroy his personality. What, you asshole? I thought we had an agreement. This device doesn't prove anything. I want my lawyer. This is absurd. I'm telling you, if this diagnosis has any impact on my work, you will pay. God damn, the difficulty though. 28 insanity points. Just let it explode. Oh shit, wrong. Whew, that was close. What do you call this kind of treatment? Jimmy's a hero and you erase his mind. Why did you do that? Just because of his sexuality? What monsters are you? This is Moonrise. Our call is scrambled, so don't bother tracking us this time. Has the structure allowed you to see your daughter yet? No. If you want to save your daughter from the clutches of the structure, then fight them, don't help them. Following the constructor will only make it worse. Think about your daughter. Do not break the people. Break the structure. I don't know what it is. What is the bigger insult? Me being diagnosed or you calling yourself a doctor? No way, this will work in time. We have the personality thing too. Never mind. Let's reduce the stress. Yep, really getting the heat wave. I wasn't feeling it at first, but I think the coffee might have pushed me over. The store was so hot today though. God, the warehouse people must have been in agony. It was like, must have been like 29 degrees in the warehouse. Wait a second. I feel different. The machines, maybe they work. I haven't felt any guilt since I was a child, but now what have I done? I've been acting like a maniac. Violence is not the answer, of course not. I had to apologize to my family. I will never hurt them again, I promise. Thank you for pulling those thoughts out of my mind. And for making me see clearly. Thank you. You did it. You erased the violent side of my husband. This is truly a miracle. I was afraid treating him wasn't possible, but you actually pulled it off. I'm so happy. Finally my kids will have the father they need. I feel sorry for putting pressure on you, and I regret suggesting the thing about the personality. My husband wanted to give you this as a thanks. Thank you so much. We will always be grateful for this. Ben Kapok. I wonder if those people who keep building stress, they're like actually like ticking time bombs, because that stylist, whenever you treat them, every time you visit them again, they're eyeing their finger more and more because they have a obsession with cutting things. I wonder if I don't go treat them, will they actually do it? Hey Shrinky, let's test your intelligence. What is the name of the ship that powers the CX-88 inside data goggles? Nothing to do with intelligence. No idea. Of course you don't. You're just an imbecile, aren't you? Sure. Knowing the models of a bunch of airplanes doesn't make you intelligent. Ah shit, I went for the out of personality, I'll have to rewind. Doesn't really matter, but I want to see the good ending to this. By the way, Call of the Lamb was very buggy, even though I enjoyed it quite a bit. But they've already fixed one of the major bugs, which was the instant failing of quests and wrong targets. So they're really cracking down on those bugs, which is nice to see. Okay, I admit it. This brain implant was kind of going haywire. I guess I can thank you for setting my head straight. I think I'll settle for this level of intelligence and put it to better use. See you around. You receive a package from Steve V. The package contains multiple small devices and a note saying, "I do not need these things anymore. Maybe you can find a use for them. Thanks again, Doctor." Science. Oh, your run-in with the Disruptor aroused the interest of the Constructor himself. You have received a personal message. Exciting, isn't it? Greetings, Mindscanner. I am following your progress with great pleasure. Your unveiling of that Disruptor was remarkable. He has already proven important in our research. I am curious to see how you work. I would like to see you perform a mind scan on me. In a couple of days you will be escorted to my private residence inside the gem of the structure. We're going to mind scan the Constructor. This is... talk about leveling up. You should be careful though. No matter what your machine says, the Constructor is sane. Stating otherwise would probably be considered treason. We have two people building up stress. Aras Offman. Even in retirement, Offman is considered to be the most accomplished athlete of the structure, always the picture of physical and mental health, and has now begun to show erratic behavior. Please, I need more time. Wait, I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else. The name is Offman. Call me Baras, please. Trust you're here to help me get rid of my creditor. That's the man himself, Old Nick. Some people see his horns, others do not. I never saw them personally, but I would recognize that smile anywhere. Oh, does he think that he made a deal with the devil? Obsessed by devil. That's why he's a successful athlete. Podium. The view is best from the top, but I see a familiar face in the crowd, and it scares me. Followed. A clock. Its hands are spinning out of control. The time has come. Awaiting death. Severe insecurity has led Offman to believe that his achievements were bestowed by the devil. He now seems to think that the devil has returned to claim his due. Rehabilitation. Mount 48. Yes, it would be a mistake not to take this seriously. Scanner, my debt is collecting interest as we speak. Because Old Nick, I think, is a nickname for the devil. Yeah, that's it. In the wall day was on the 41st or 45th. I can't remember. I'm not scanning the constructor yet. You look like someone with a competitive spirit, am I right? I play to win. Of course you do, of course. But remember to factor in the cost. Take it from someone who knows. And that is why I play single player games. Oh. Shit. Whoop. Dangerous to assume in this. This would have been a bad patient in hard mode. As you step out of your vehicle, you notice a man holding a sign saying, "Reject the mind canners. They control our thoughts." Fuck him. You try to ignore him, but the hatred in your eyes cannot be avoided. He points a finger at you and shouts, "Hey, there's one. A mind canner. Right there. Hey, mind canner, why do you control the minds of our citizens? What's the deal? Building an army? What is it?" Uh-huh. You walk away and leave him with his sign and his vicious words. I'm curious to see what happens if we just leave them. Yes, please. Here you go, I keep them close by just in case. I feel less tense, no doubt about it. At the same time, I feel that I've lost an old friend. Or perhaps an old friend. I owe you my thanks. My scanner. Here's a signed trading card of me holding a trophy. See ya. Constructor is waiting for you. Follow me. Ah, the my scanner. Sit down, please. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm the constructor. Pretentious, I know, but that's what they called me back when I built this city. And it stuck. Interesting times, isn't it? We are living behind the greatest walls ever built, and yet primitive savages with sticks and stones are making our citizens uneasy. Why do you think that is? Why all this fear? How about yourself? What do you make of these outer-zoners? Well, we are a suck-up. Threat to society. Indeed, their numbers grow each day, and with the increase of the pulse, it's only a matter of time before the outer-zoners find a way to break in. Moonrise is planning on using the outer-zoners in their revolution. We must take action before it's too late. This is why I built the Faraday weapon. With this construct, the structure will stand. Regardless, I summoned you for another matter. Please, scan my mind. Cyborg. Most citizens believe I am such a thing. No. We must control technology, not vice versa. Technocrat. Medieval knight's armor. No sword penetrates. No beast bites through. An unstoppable machine. Defense is power. I've seen this in a dream once before. A massive army, slaughtering everyone. They come from the outer zone. Here's outer zoners. Traumatizing events from the pre-structure war has filled the constructor with anxiety. He's pathologically scared of the outer zone and sees anyone from the outside as a threat to his concealed world. And we're going with sane. Patient declared sane. Good. A complicated machine has many parts. It's nice to know which parts are reliable. We will make these results public. Good optics. All high-level officials will henceforth receive a scan at least once a year. Thank you for your time. My scanner. I'm guessing you're not here for my haircut. There's no one else interesting. Scissors, razor, comb, all my tools. I added some glass shards and a small self-made kanabo. You know, a spike club. First you entangle, then rip. It creates the most awesome look. Very raw, very cool. Dangerous tools. Palace of a Divine, my beauty parlor. Extreme makeover. Looks like my apartment. Cuts anything? Did it change the symbols? I think it did when I rewind it. Greetings, my scanner. This thing. Never mind. Probably would be good to drop this, since this patient automatically develops stress. There we are. Wait, we cured Casey. Weird. I guess the rewind function isn't perfect. Did we cure him in a single day or something? Oh no, I think we might have killed him in the last run. Not sure why I went for that. 23 times they are not happening. Okay, this thing. As you sit and stare at the pavement, thinking about the past weeks, you notice a piece of paper, a letter to someone. You pick it up. My dear Helen, the outer zone is worse than we feared. The beasts out there are not exaggerated like we thought. They are very real, but as you can see, I am still alive. I managed to join a tribe in the mountains a couple of years ago. They are really good people, nothing like the barbaric tales we hear in the structure. Oh, it's beautiful here. I wish you could see this. But food is scarce and it gets so cold at night. We need to open the gates of the structure. We are struggling to stay alive out here, and the structure can't keep all of you imprisoned like this. It isn't right. We managed to send someone to the gates without letters. If you are reading this, it means they got through. I hope we will see each other again. I miss you so much, Johan. quick one. She's actually sane, so... Okay, Wool Day is approaching. Now we know to actually mind scan her. No, I will not calm down. You must understand my baby. He's a robot. Oh. Immediately after you choose the other option. On the scans he looks like a regular baby, but I just know that he is a robot. No one believes me, he will need Signoga or he will die. I left home before I ran away. I managed to get a hold of a charged Signoga crystal. I know they are illegal, but it's my only hope of feeding my child. I haven't seen anyone from the temple since. Oh, he's from Retho's cult. Anything for her child? Officials marching out our streets. I don't feel like all this control. Everything is so streamlined and orderly. I like the central part of the boots though. The slums have soul. Like structure. Ignoga crystals, beautiful. This is how I will feed my son. I will grind the crystal and mix a small portion with my own milk. I've got one crystal that will last for 1 year. I'll manage to get new ones somehow. Yonsu is convinced that her unborn child is a robot. She is afraid that the structure will take him from her, as she believes to be the only one who will give him the Signoka needed for his survival. Robofedosis. No, you can't. They'll take away my baby, please, you have to listen. That diagnosis will only cause trouble. And I'm not crazy, my child is a robot, he is. Wonder if I could try out the time-slowing device. Mind maze. Try to repress hopes and dreams of your patient out of their mind maze prison. Use the mind maze to restore a recently lost personality before time runs out. What? I don't think it's after completely losing it. We'll see. Because restoring the personality should be impossible. Oh, this is cool. It spins her image too. Yep, full personality. It would be cool if there was like a collection screen of all these gifts that you get from the people. Congratulations, you are now a level 3 citizen. This means you will have access to the Signoka Institute in the gem of the structure. Furthermore, it is with great pleasure that I offer you the title Mind Sculptor. Chief of the Mind, you will be working on the Faraday program, starting in a few days. Except, I know your daughter is a part of this project. I assure you she is in good hands. Her contribution to the structure is enormous. You should be proud. You may access the Institute already. Get familiar with the place and go see your daughter. Tell her how proud you are of her. Congratulations, boss. I can't believe I'm the Mind Sculptor's personal radiophone. What a day. Oh, it's... it's like a... my phone thing. All this time I've been thinking that it's like an actual tube with a person on the other side. Makes so much more sense why he doesn't give me up when I do something weird. Sculptor, an honor. Let me know if you need anything. Doctor is taking notes beside her container. Ah, the sculptor. Faraday program. The ingenious plan of the constructor. With this machine, we have turned our biggest threat into our biggest asset. By reversing their powers, we will turn these disruptors into a weapon against the Pulse. The Rebels and the Oozes have no chance once we launch this weapon. How? The Pulse, as you know, it's an ultra response to Signoka, which basically runs this entire city. By harvesting the pulse in the second it triggers, we can store the pulse in 10 seconds time. Within these 10 seconds, this machine can reverse the energy and emit an anti-pulse blast in a 20-mile radius, both inside and outside the structure. Anti-pulse. The anti-pulse blast will implode the mind of any disruptor outside this room. Their destructive minds will get wiped, just like that. We are still having some issues though. There seems to be an instability in the pulse, which makes it difficult to control, but I'm confident we will get it sorted out soon. In time, we will be able to harness the energy into an anti-jammer ray gun, completely novel invention, which I am very proud of, to be honest. It pulls out a small ray gun. Might not look like much, but once we figure out how to keep the energy stored in these bad boys, then look out, jammers. Anyway, I look forward to our collaboration, Sculptor, for normality and the mind. You leave the room, you look back at your daughter. Your daughter opens her eyes, the lights begin to flicker. The words of Boris run through your mind, their personality is the cause of the instability. Oh. I think this might be another ending. Erase personality. You take out one of your devices and plug it into a socket that connects to all 5 containers. You open the device and bypass the treatment system. As you press execute, your daughter blinks a couple of times, then looks away, past you. The flickering stops, her mind is gone, all 5 minds are wiped. So is the instability. You are interrupted by an explosion, everything turns red and the alarm goes off. This is not a drill. There has been an attempted attack on this institute. We need to exit, now. As you run through the corridors, you hear gunshots and people yelling. You get outside. Moonrise attacked early. Exciting, huh? Don't worry, your daughter is adequately protected. She's much too valuable for the constructor. Okay, I'll have to make note of this day. It's day 36. I think it's time. No, I keep getting these false labor pains. Shit. Very hard to turn it suddenly. But can I actually hold the switch? Ooh, just in time. As suspected, the attack at the Signoka Institute yesterday was led by Moonrise. True to their MO, it completely failed. Wow. Officials apprehended 8 agents with only minimal loss of personnel. Oh. Okay, I can just hold it. Oop. have to wait for the big attack. If you're gonna treat me, get it over with, then we can at least remove my diagnosis. Really gotta be careful not to hit the center. Shit. I'm not sure if this is worth it. So fucking close. It actually went down the path. I don't know, I might switch to the previous one. Yeah, these 22 times are nothing with when you can hold it. My baby, my sweet little boy, he's human, he's just a little baby boy. What was I thinking? You saved him, doctor, I can't. Thank you so much. Let's go down his path this time. don't know, we could probably just skip. We don't really need to work anymore. Doctor, I gave birth to a healthy boy this morning. He's here. He's so sweet. Sweet little Quan. I will never forget what you did, Doctor, never. Faraday weapon is nearing completion. We aim to launch the attack on Wall Day in 2 days. Soon, the fear of the city will vanish like forgotten memories. See what happens when we don't treat one of these with our patients with rising stress. Dear citizens of the structure, tomorrow's Wall Day. Fidel Simmons got stressed and is no longer available for visit. Okay, there's no penalty, I guess. So tomorrow's Wall Day, do you have anything planned? Just kidding, I sure hope you know what you're doing, Scanner. Different devotee. Never seen so many people on Wall Day. Wow, we're just trying to have a good time, but yeah, do you know what those Autozones are up to? Who knows? Oh, so if you Chris label Chris as sane, he takes this dude's place because he got sentenced to wall duty. Come to the Signoga Institute immediately, it's time to launch the weapon. My sculptor. Welcome, my sculptor. We are ready to deploy the weapon. I don't know what magic you did on your last visit, but the weapon seems to be stable now. Let's try some disruptors. For normality in the mind. The Faraday program was an astounding success. The merger of the Pulse and top-level Signoga-based technology resulted in a super weapon that turned the opposition powerless in a single second. Most members of the Moonrise were hunted down and mind-wiped. The Outer Zoners were forced to leave the gates of the structure and return to their homes in the Outer Zone. The war never broke out, but from that day on, the Constructor tightened the rules of the structure. The anxiety of the citizens continued to grow. It was left to you, the Mind Sculptor, to cleanse the streets of any broken minds. The structure expanded, its power exceeding even past the walls and into the Outer Zone, creating an ultimate defense and an unlimited control over the Outer Zoners. Eventually, the sight of your own daughter turned into a mindless weapon was too much to bear. You fell into a crippling depression, and in the end, you erased your own mind. Okay, so this is the worst ending, I guess. Ending for normality and the mind. Okay. This time we don't stabilize the weapon. Oh, what about decline offer? That is of course very disappointing. Very well, you chose your own path, so be it, Scanner. Why did you do that? I can't believe it. I was this close to being a Mind Sculptor radiophone, and you blew it. Jeez. Okay. Now we wait for the... And I mean... I would imagine that this is the same as the other side, because we're not going to be changing the weapon's instability. Maybe we just see it from an outside perspective. Greetings, my scanner. You are hereby invited to join a small scientific experiment. It's very simple, yet important for our research of the pulse. You will be interviewing a disruptor. Well, told you. Ah, it's this thing. Okay, this time let's go too far. Your next question makes him scream. Sparks fly and his cables start to burn. A small explosion is heard from the other room. Subject collapses dead. That was not supposed to happen, Scanner. He was an important subject. Luckily none of us got hurt in the explosion. We can't pay you for this, sorry. This is the structure, tomorrow's wall day. I'll be damned. It's wall day alright. I've been directed to tell you that you now have a level 3 citizenship. This means you now have security clearance for the Signoka. Oh. Get her out. I think we've had this ending already. Yeah, Architect of Fortune. Okay, no point refusing. I mean, unless you want to get that ending, I guess. Comfort her. Give her a caring smile. It's difficult to see, but it looks like she smiles back. You're interrupted by an explosion. Everything turns red and the alarm goes off. It's this attack again. You look up at the structure from outside the gates. It is both impressive and terrifying. That was new. My sculptor. I tried reasoning with him. We are not ready for launch yet. Please, we need more time. The weapon is unstable. By my flesh, you should have seen Haynes. Nothing left but the boots. Nonsense. The fear in the city is running down the walls. The outer soldiers will break through the gates any moment now. We need to deploy. Unstable weapon. Our compound took some structural damage, but the weapon remains unhindered. You look in your daughter's container. Your daughter looks back at you. She is okay, but the other test subjects lie lifeless in their capsules. We need to act now. Your daughter is our only hope. Tell her to release the pulse now or we will all die. Ah. Deploy weapon. You look into the eyes of your daughter and tell her to focus on the threat of the outside. Within seconds the floor begins to tremble and the lights flicker at a tremendous speed. A massive pain shoots up through your spine and into your mind. Everyone in the room falls to the ground. Your screams drown in the white light as a massive blast rips apart every particle. Some people speculate that the blast could be seen from space. In an attempt to neutralize the disruptors and avoid war, the structure deployed a poorly understood superweapon, resulting in a historical catastrophe. Everyone at the Signoka Institute was erased from existence, including you and your daughter. A third of the city lay in ruins, over 1 million casualties, each and every survivor mind-wiped by the psychic blast. The structure is a ruined machine ready to get scrapped, its citizens mindless zombies, doing robot-like tasks in a meaningless loop. The end. Damn. I do love that the developers are called the Outer Zone. Catastrophe. Okay, let's see what happens when we don't agree to launch the weapon. I would imagine that he tries to launch it anyways. She's not ready. Deploy the weapon. This is an order. Your Excellence. If we launch now, we will die. All of us. Your daughter begins to move frantically. The fear in her eyes is unbearable. The floor begins to shake. The doctor flips a switch and inputs a code into the Faraday weapon. The constructor pulls out a ray gun and points it at her. Do not press that button. I'm warning you. We have to let her go. We can't risk it. As she pushes the big button, the capsule opens and you lift your daughter out of the container. What was that? It came from the Splendors. The outer zoners seem to have breached the northern gates, Your Excellence. By my flesh. Activate all units. All officials open fire. With a team of 15 disruptors, Moonrise managed to open one of the gates. As 20,000 outer zoners walked into the city, a war broke out. Without the Faraday weapon, the constructor only fought with its army of officials. As most of them were robots, the Pulse proved to be a worthy opponent. Oppressed citizens felt the call to action and joined Moonrise. After thousands of casualties on both sides, the constructor was caught and executed by the rebellion. You broke free your daughter and escaped with her to safety. Moonrise agents soon discovered your location, killing you and taking your daughter into care. The war is over, but the city lay in ruins. With the gates now open, the outer zone extended to the heart of the structure. Collaborations with the outer zoners seemed to benefit both sides of the wall. Instead of replacing the constructor with a new leader, a small council was formed. The instruction was burned and a new set of rules created to shape the new society. A lot more resources were put into the Mindscatters program. Now branding of people was a thing of the past. And with the new Mind Hospital, people seeking help were in good hands. Over the years, the edges of history were smoothed over, and the regime installed by Moonrise on that day proved to be a fairer and a more benign machine than the one it replaced. Your daughter led a peaceful life, using the Pulse to help rebuild the society, and cared for anyone who crossed her path. Not much like the other ending, but we're dead. Not my daughter. Yeah, I should have gotten the first ending. It's supposed to be a Moonrise ending. Yeah, we got this ending already. I didn't forget this ending. No, good zebra. Called ending 1, break the structure. When Moonrise contacts you on wall day, just do everything they tell you to do. If you've been too good leading up to this, you may be forced to do something else. Special ending is only one with special requirements. To be considered a good zebra, you need to avoid erasing the personalities. If you make it a whole day having erased less than 2 of your patients and go to the gem with Moonrise, you will automatically follow a different set of instructions and get this achievement instead of choosing between ending 1 and 2. Conversely, if you had already gotten this achievement first and tried to get the others, you need to purposefully erase at least 2 patients to avoid getting this ending. Okay. Go back to like... Not too confident about this. Let's go to 32. I think I'll have a patient. I'll erase their personality and then the next one. Old and frail. I really want to treat Chris and see what happens. Actually, yeah, I forgot. We're in hard now, so gotta be careful on the cash. Shivers. Ah, we get to erase Logan's personality. Sure. We erase Logan's personality and that will be enough to get the last two endings. Oh, how fucked up would it be to put him as sane though? Probably kills his wife, I would imagine. Okay, you have a bit of time before the clock starts running. Shit, there was 3. Not quite enough time. I will behave, I will behave, I will behave. Thank you so much. Me and my kids are finally safe. Okay. Go dictate them sane real quick. Wait. Why the wrong save? I'm getting these playthroughs mixed up. I think this was the right save. Whoop. No, yeah, this is the right ending. Okay, so that robosexual patient can happen in all saves, I guess. I wish it had happened on the save while I was still playing it. Whoop. Damn it. Shit. You turned my mother into a vegetable. I know she was really old, but her spirits were sky high. You should rather die from a foolish act than wither away like this. You are going too far with these machines. What if I declare him sane? I'm happy we get that sorted out. Please excuse me, I have some orders to carry out. Warn him. What? Oh no, I must. Thank you. I know a place to hide. I have to keep low. I'll manage. I have someone who can help me. Thank you for warning me. Thank you so much. We did not erase Jimmy's personality. How disappointing. We will have to deal with this ourselves then. Because of you, I'm okay. Here's a small gift. Thank you so much. The other senators would like to speak to you. I will connect you. Hello, this is Vince. Okay, Zebras again. Looks like we're heading for the sea branding. Can we skip the wall day? Not sure. No. All day will be tomorrow from this, right? Yep, I'll have to jump back. I'm really feeling we're heading for the sea branding. I'm going to erase one more. It said less than 2. That makes me think that it's 0 or 1. Brains, not brains. Declare him sane. It froze just in time to deny me from fixing that. Maybe it's different. I heard you gave him treatment. He's no longer obsessed with those scanning devices, but he's different. I hope this wears off, that's all. We want you, Scanner. You are erasing the minds of our people. Okay, there we go. Don't want to watch the fall of the structure, you will have to watch your back. You no longer have any business with us. This should get the first and second ending, which is weird. I'm guessing we won't hear the whole zebra talk now. Oof, 1 second left. Should give us enough to last until wall day. That helps. Oh, and then Kapok from him as well. I'll be damned, it's Wall Day alright. I've been directed to tell you that you now have level 3 citizenship. What the fuck? Strange. Yeah, what ending is this? The one where I get killed. Nope. Architect of Fortune. For this ending, you just need to take your prize and leave. Everything else that happens no longer involves you. What? Morgana Le Fay, thank you for the raid. Mass Effect Andromeda, how was that? Very mixed reviews of that game. Hello? Guess we're locked out of the first two endings. We'll have to do another run of this.